you.
May it please the court, my lady. The next witness is Chloe Pakisa Masegela.
Maybe for the record, we can state or place it on the record that Mr. de Kock's continuation of evidence by way of cross-examination has been held in abeyance until Friday.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
And it will be done virtually, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you give your full names to the court? Do you have any objections taken?
Pakisa Masegela.
Do you have got any objection in taking prescribed oath?
No.
Do you regard the prescribed oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes.
If so, do you therefore swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, nothing but the truth? Can you please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
So help me God.
The witness has been placed under oath, my lady.
Thank you.
As
I
it pleases
only,
the
I only got the second name, Pakisa, not the first name. What is the first name?
Clou, T-L-O-U.
Oh, thank you very much.
The
And
witness,
that's elephant.
Yes, it is.
Thanks. Okay.
witness indicates that he will tender his testimony in English, Afrikaans, where he encounters some problems, my lady, as it pleases the court, my lady.
Thank
Yes,
you.
my lady. I was going to just mention the fact that unfortunately we couldn't make timeous arrangements for an interpreter for this witness because he speaks Tswana, Sotho, and Sepedi.
Okay.
If I understand correctly.
Just hope
But-
Mr. Wabani will be able to help. You can sit down, Mr. Masakala,
Yeah, he's
if you
been.
wish.
Yeah, he's agreed to testify in English,
Yes.
and he understands Afrikaans very well. In fact, he speaks it fluently.
Thank you.
Mr. Masegela, can I just confirm first that you are a retired captain in of the South African Police Service?
Correct, madam.
And when did you so retire?
2017.
And just for the record, when did you first become a member of the police?
I became a member of the South African Police 30 November 1978.
30 November 1978.
Yes.
And just not to waste too much of the court's time, when did you, we know you, or your statement is in the record, and you were a member of the Directorate of Priority Crimes Investigation
That's correct, my lady.
when you retired.
Yes, lady.
When did you join the DPCI?
I don't have exact date when did I join the DPCI, but we started the DPCI.
So for how long did you work? Can you remember as an estimate in years?
From day one up to the last day I worked in
Yes.
the police.
Let's leave it there for the moment. Lady, if I can just point out that Mr. Masegela's statement appears in Exhibit C at page 323. So it forms part of the reconstructed docket, and it's marked A88 in the reconstructed docket. I'm going to hand the original statement to him to just please read into the record, my lady. if I may just do that. Mr. Masegela, can you please, Captain Masegela, can you please just read your statement into the record?
Thank you, my lady. I, Klo Pakisa Masegela, state under oath. I am a retired captain who was employed by the DPCI stationed at Pretoria with ID number 590807574101. My cell phone number 0733378582. I was the investigating officer in this case of Cradock 4. I obtained all relevant statements on this matter. I sent the docket to the NPA for decision, and it was acknowledged by both a lady Swat who was a clerk there. I know the docket was visible.
I saw the docket.
Yeah, I saw the docket visibly at the office of Mark Adams, and ongoing. I'm sorry, my lady, it's not my handwriting. This.
Oh, my apologies. Can I, my lady, may I just then read the
But I confirm it's my statement.
Okay, can I just read it further then? Lady, if I can just for...
Maybe you can start off with the NPA because it's
Yes,
a
my lady.
NPA, but it reads National
Yes,
Conventional Arms Control.
Indeed, my lady, I thought I should rather do that. Can I start with paragraph 2, my lady?
Yes.
I was the investigator of the case of Cradock 4 matter. I obtained all the relevant statements on this matter, and I sent the docket to National Conventional Arms Control Inspectorate, in brackets it's NCACI, for decision, and it was acknowledged by Lady Swart, who was a clerk there. I saw the docket when I visited the office of Mark Adam now and again. The reason for visiting him was to get the progress since I sent it for decision. On 2017, I visited the office of Advocate Mark Adam, but I found Advocate Tory Pretorius, who told me that he is looking for the docket, but he could not find it. It's till I retire. And in paragraph 5, I know and understand the content of the statement. I have no objection into taking the prescribed oath. I do consider the oath to be binding on my conscience. And then you sign the docket. You confirm that this is your...
I confirm it, my lady.
Yes, thank you. Now, Mr. Masegela, if I can just, apologies if I now and then say Mr. Masegela instead of Captain. No disrespect to you.
No problem.
Captain, just this reference to National Conventional Arms Control Inspectorate, what was meant there?
My lady, there it should be a PCLU instead of that. And then when the statement was obtained from me, I was not aware that whether the unit's name changed or not, because I was no longer in the service when the statement was obtained from me.
Yes, and
Yeah, but
yes.
PCLU is a unit at the NPA.
Yes, it was priority crimes
Yes, it's priority crime.
litigation unit.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes, but we in any event see that NP was scratched out, which was probably would have meant NPA.
Yes.
Then you indicated in paragraph 3 that you know I saw the docket when I visited the office of McAdam. It's written there, Mark Adam. And then again in paragraph 4, you refer to Advocate Mark Adam. Am I correct that you in fact refer to Advocate Chris McAdam?
Correct, my lady.
And then in paragraph 3, you then say, I saw the docket when I visited the office of McAdam now and again. And the reason for visiting him was to get the progress since I sent it for decision. Can you just explain that to the court, please? Can you just elaborate on it?
Thank you, my lady. When the docket was still with the Advocate Mike Adams, I used to go to his office and discuss the progress of the docket. Some visit was because of bringing any evidence that was not in the docket or complying with the outstanding instruction he gave to me.
Mm.
So I visited him while the docket was with him, and I never took it back
From him.
him. While I was discussing the docket was in his office.
Now, if we can then just go back a little. When were you allocated this docket, this matter, to investigate?
The dockets, not only that one, the TR dockets which were allocated to me,
The TRC,
yeah, TRC dockets,
yes.
were allocated to me immediately after 2010 World Cup. When I come back to my office, I found these dockets.
So, if you can, did you do World Cup duties?
Yeah, I was stationed at Johannesburg for World Cup duties.
Yes,
When I come back, my commander handed over the dockets to me.
I see. You then started working on this matter.
Yeah, I started working on the matter.
You said it's not only this matter, there were other matters as well?
Yes, was not only the
TRs.
Cradock fork case.
Now, how did you go about putting this docket together? And here we refer to the Cradock 4 matter.
To put the Cradock 4 together was not easy. It was not a complete docket put it together. It was documents and statements lying around in the containers, and then I had to compile them and build the docket from scratch. But it was not so difficult for me to reconstruct the docket because the statements which were in the boxes were marked by the previous investigator of Eastern Cape. And then more about this, there were extra documents in the same box, and then I only use each from the same bundle. If the statement is 8.3 and then there are 4 8.3s, I will take only one to reconstruct.
You mean, if you can just, if we can just stop there, are you saying that there would be, say, duplicate copies of some statements?
Yes, for me it sounded like the reason why they are repeating these duplicates is the statements were used at the hearing of the TRC.
I see. So then you take all these statements, or you took some of these statements, and then you all compiled that together to reconstruct this docket.
Correct.
And about how many, I know you don't have the docket with you, about how many statements do you estimate were there, or documents were there in that docket?
The Cradock 4 docket was having more or less 100 statements inside.
Now, we will come back to exhibits. Other, would that have included like other exhibits, like say photo albums, etc.?
There were photos which were taken by the police photographers.
Yes.
And then I didn't repeat them. I took only each of the photos and attached in the docket.
Yeah.
And then there was also postmortems in the docket.
And any TRC documentation?
The TRC documentations which were there, I couldn't attach them inside the docket,
Yes.
but I did compile files for them.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. And did you yourself take any statements?
Yes, even though I cannot remember which statement did I took from whom, because I was taking statements randomly for the TRC cases. But in this particular case, I can remember that the statement of Major Eric Winter, who was stationed here at the Port Elizabeth Security Branch, Cradock, in the Cradock case, I obtained the statement from him.
Yes, and can you remember what the essence of what he said there? Did he?
Eric Winter, he didn't want to commit himself in this thing totally, but I did ask him whether he knows about this TRC, the Cradock 4 case.
Yes.
He said yes, he's familiar.
Yes.
And then I asked him about the members of the South African Police Service Security Branch who were involved in this, and he said he knows them all.
Yeah.
I asked him whether did he took any part or was he in the plannings of this shooting or assassinating the Cradock 4. He said no, he didn't.
And then did you visit the family?
Yes, I did visit the families.
And did you take statements, or was it necessary to take statements from them?
I can't remember obtaining statement from them, but I think the main reason of visiting the families was to update them about the progress of the docket, that the docket is now again alive, is with me, and then to inform them about also the presence of the police officers who took part in the assassination of the Cradock 4, who are still alive. I can't exactly remember all what I said to the families, because when I was in Eastern Cape, I came for, I think, 3 cases here. It was not only for the Cradock 4.
Yes.
Because I remember from here, I was in East London.
And I know you testified that you visited the office of Advocate McAdam to try and find out, follow up on any progress made in the case. And but what eventually happened?
Thank you. The day when I was speaking to Advocate Tori Pretorius,
Yes.
I thought maybe the docket is still there, or is misplaced or misfiled in their offices. I was not yet convinced that the docket is missing. When I retired, I thought maybe the docket is there and is going to be handed over to a new investigating officer, but only to find out that the docket is no more.
And if you can just go back, you indicated that when you visited Advocate McAdams' office, you saw the docket there in his office. Can you just explain that?
Yes, because when I visit him, giving him the feedbacks of the instructions he gave me, which one did I comply, which one is still outstanding?
And what did the docket look like? Was it in a leech hour? I beg your pardon, my lady. A large file or normal paper file?
The docket was in a lever arch file as big as those in front of the judge.
Yes. And so you were then told that the docket is missing. But did you report it to your seniors?
My lady, I couldn't report to my seniors because by that I am no longer in the service, I'm at home.
What do you mean that you retired?
I retired. Because when I retired, I was still convinced that the docket is still in their office. It was 2017 and I retired 2017.
I just forgot to ask you this. Can you remember when did you give this docket or hand the docket over to Advocate McAdam?
I don't have the prescribed date, but
Yeah.
I gave the date and the signature to the current investigator that on this date,
Yeah.
I handed over the docket to NPA and this lady signed for it.
And that was
Miss Swart.
2015, yes.
Yes.
My lady, we will get the date, and then we will hand up that acknowledgement of receipt to the court later, my lady. And is it correct that we had a consultation with you on the 3rd of June 2024, and then you informed us that you'd made duplicates or duplicate copies of the docket or the exhibits,
Correct, my lady.
and in that consultation, or part of the consultation, was also Colonel Nkuna. Is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
And we know that he's a national coordinator at the TPCI for TRC cases. Now, is it correct that Colonel Nkuna then, or you had indicated to during that consultation where you would put a box with exhibits marked with your name and the name Cradock 4 in the storeroom at the TPCI?
Correct, my lady. Let me put it clearly.
Yes.
I made a copy
Yeah.
of the original docket, the missing docket.
Yes.
I made a copy of it. And I put it, the other correspondences and the copies of the statements who are in both the original and the copy in the box and put them inside the strong room, which is controlled. It's not easy to get access to that strong room, which I was convinced that the copy of the docket and the box are safe. And then the date, when I made this affidavit, I informed the investigating officer that to be easy for him to reconstruct the docket, he must go to where I worked and let them open the strong room for him. He will find a box. I marked that box with my name, and on that box I wrote Cradock 4. Out of that box is going to be easy for him to can reconstruct the docket.
Where was that, Captain Masekela? Where were you working?
I was working at the DPCI head office, and my office at the 217 Fisagi Street, Pretoria Central.
Thank you.
Okay, the statement was taken from me at Mabopane police station.
Yes, and my lady, just for the record purposes, it was taken on the 6th of January 2022 at 8:30.
Yeah, on that date, I informed the investigating officer that he must go to where I worked, and they must let him get inside the strong room to get the box and look for the duplicate docket of the missing docket. I later realized that they never gave him the box. But last year, 2024, when you consulted with me while I was with the TRC coordinator, Colonel Nkuna, I repeated this and I told him that, Colonel, go there and let them open the strong room, get the box, and then in that box, you will get the documents that are going to assist this investigation. And in the shelves where we put the investigated docket, the closed docket, you will get a copy of the missing docket. Colonel Guna reported back to me that the very same day, he said he only found the box. The docket is nowhere to be found.
Yes, and, we know, and you saw this box and not the docket. You say the docket and the box containing other documents were different, at different places.
Yes, at different places.
Then you looked at it's correct that you looked at this box and it contains exhibits that's already before this court.
Yes, my lady.
Do you know who took over the investigation from you?
Yes, yes, my lady. The current investigation is Colonel Dweba.
No, after you had left, after you retired.
I was informed that the person who took over the investigation was Colonel. It was by then Lieutenant Colonel Makua.
Makua, yes, yes, indeed. No further questions, thank you.
Ms. Buthelezi? Thank you. Ms. Stevani?
My junior is going to be cross-examining this witness.
Thank you.
As my lady pleases. Good day, Captain Masekela.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Captain Masekela, I just want to first deal with the initial reconstruction of the docket in 2010. Now, in your evidence, you mentioned that you received the docket in 2010, or at least a compilation of a docket in 2010.
Correct, my lady.
Now, that docket did you receive, was it the original brown police-covered docket with a CR number on it?
No, my lady, the documents were scattered all over. They were not compiled. They were in boxes. I had to search inside the boxes which document relate to another, because the boxes were not containing only one docket. were many dockets, different investigators.
Was it different investigators relating to the Cradock 4 matter?
No, no, my lady. When we received the dockets from the TRC, they were not in a form that you can understand that this box is containing only Cradock 4, this one is containing such case. No, they were together as one. You must search around and compile and get the statements which are relating so that you can know which statements, which documents can we use to relate such a docket.
And in sifting through these various matters, in relation to the Cradock 4 matter, were there any original statements or the original docket in those boxes you received in 2010?
Correct, my lady.
In that docket, was the SAP-5 investigation diary contained in it?
Correct, my lady. The original documents and the original statements which were there are those that I used to reconstruct the Cradock 4. And the copies, I made a copy of that one.
So is it correct to say, for all intents and purposes, when you reconstructed that docket, it was a reconstruction of the original docket?
Yes.
And once you reconstructed that docket was then made into a copy?
The copies were already there.
I see.
As I indicated, that they made many copies, and then it came to my mind that why so many copies? These copies were used at the hearings of TRC.
In your evidence in describing what information and evidence was in that original docket and its copies, you've mentioned that there were approximately 100 statements.
Correct, my lady.
Now, were these 100 statements 100 individuals, or were original statements plus their copies making 100 statements?
Original statements, my lady.
In that 100 statements, you've mentioned one person being Eric Winter, who we know passed on in August 2021. Were there any other significant persons or persons of interest whose statements that you had access to were contained in this docket that you reconstructed?
Yeah, my lady, the statements which were in the docket, most of the statements were obtained from people from Eastern Cape. The statements that I attached in the docket from people who are from Pretoria were not inside the box. There were new statements that come from the members of Crime Intelligence Pretoria.
And I just want to separate those two. The members of Crime Intelligence from Pretoria, those statements were from your efforts in investigating.
Correct, my lady.
Let's park that on one side. In speaking to the statements that were already there, do you recall any other names apart from Eric Winter that contain statements?
The names that I cannot remember all, but I can remember the names of people who were mentioned in the docket, like Van Sale, Lotz, Taylor, and then the commanders of, there was the like Van Rensbeck, I don't know whether he was working from SAPS of the railway. There was a statement also from security branch railway police was inside that.
Do you recall if this statement included Mr. Eric Taylor?
Come again?
Do you recall if these statements included a Mr. Eric Taylor?
Yes, but I cannot recall all the details of Eric Taylor. And presently, I can't tell you whether this Eric Taylor, the statement I read was from the TRC transcript or anywhere else. But I still remember that I read something about Eric Taylor.
Now, Mr. Eric Taylor died in 2016. Do you recall any statement from a Hermanus Baron du Plessis, who passed away in 2023?
I read about it. And then I think the files that I compiled, among these files which are in the box, that person's statement might be inside it.
So you do not recall for sure that his statement was?
No, I'm not sure.
Now, I want to deal next with a discussion in which Mr. Lucanio Galata, in his evidence before this court, now, Mr. Galata said in his evidence that around June 2020, that would have been after your retirement, that you and him had a telephonic discussion in which you were, quote, very angry about the missing docket because you believed you compiled sufficient evidence for some prosecution to proceed. Is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
Why did you make that statement to Lucanio, to Mr. Galata, pardon me?
The statement I made to Lucanio Galata, which I didn't know that we knew each other this morning here, facially. I didn't know him.
Mm-hmm.
It was, for me, not nice. The news was very bad. I was not expecting him to tell me that the docket is missing now, is nowhere to be found. And okay, right, I became angry. Yes. I became angry why the docket is now gone. But I was not surprised. Why I say I was not surprised is because the very same unit where the docket got lost is where I always took my docket for decisions. And most of the docket, when they come back, they've been nully prosecuted.
Those decisions that you're speaking about, and we will deal with your meetings with Advocate McAdam and the NPA after this. But just specifically to your question, when you say that you kept going to the NPA for decisions and you got back a nulli prosequi, was that in relation to the Cradock 4 matter, or is that a general?
No, other cases.
I see.
Other cases.
Mr. Galata went on to say that you said to him that the prosecutors failed you.
Yes, my lady, he failed me. I was not expecting such response from the NPA. I thought maybe while the other people who were involved in this, while they were still alive, I was hoping to see a prosecution.
And he goes on to say that you informed him that you never felt supported by the NPA or your own superiors at the DPCI. Is that correct?
Yes.
His statement went on to say that you claimed that the NPA had no interest at all in prosecuting TRC cases. Is that correct?
It might be a misunderstanding because I remember telling that the NPA are withdrawing my cases. I was not meaning to the TRC cases because most of the TRC cases were still with them.
Thank you for clarifying that, Captain. And lastly, in that conversation, he mentioned that you were sent by Advocate McAdam to Cradock to update the families of the deceased, i.e. Mrs. Talata, the late Mrs. Goniwe, Mr. Alex Goniwe, Matthew Goniwe's brother, about the state of the investigation. You said that Advocate McAdam sent you a few years ago. Firstly, is that correct?
Let me clarify that point. He was supposed to go with me to the Cradock 4 to update the families. The visit that I made to the Cradock 4 families was not an instruction from McAdams. That was a normal investigation that I was carrying out with other cases.
When you say he was to come with me, was it Mr. Talata or Advocate McAdam was to come with you?
Advocate Chris McAdams.
And did you end up meeting with the families to give them an update on the status of the Cradock 4 matter?
Yes, my lady, I did.
And when...
But not Mr. Kalata, because you only saw him this morning. You only met him face to face this morning.
Yes, my lady, but that very same day when I was meeting the families, I managed to call Mr. Kalata's mother. She was in Cape Town.
Thank you.
Now to clarify, Captain Masekela, while you did meet Mr. Kalata for the first time this morning, you did have previous telephone conversations with him in which these statements were communicated or clarified?
Yes, a telephone communication, and I was surprised, and I asked him, "Where do you get my numbers?" He said, "Look, I'm a journalist."
Well, I can tell you, Captain, that's the same experience that I've had.
Yeah.
Now, Captain, dealing with Advocate McAdam, I want to go to your statement that was read out this morning. And there's just a few points of clarification that I require and information. And the first is that Advocate McAdam filed an affidavit in a Rule 43 or in an application in which the families sought to compel a decision by the MPA. And in that affidavit, Advocate McAdam suggests that the docket only contained TRC transcripts and an inquiry into a General Hankel. Do you have any comment on that?
No comment. I don't know about that statement he made or that whatever you just said. It's the first time I hear from you.
Milady, just for your record, that statement is in volume C. Pardon me. It's volume H, page 819. Captain.
Do you agree with that proposition that the docket only contained TRC documents and whatever else? I didn't get the last one.
No, my lady, I don't agree. Cannot be only TRC documents. There were documents like the pictures of the bent out Honda palette of Mr. Goniwe, and then a copy of a traffic fines. I think that traffic fine ticket was issued for the very same vehicle and it was squashed somewhere. There are many things that are originally not, I cannot attach the transcript of a TRC inside a criminal case. There's no way I can do that.
If Mary may bear with me. Pardon me for that, my lady. Advocate McAdam goes on in this affidavit to state that in 2013, the docket, that Cradock 4 docket, was dormant. He transferred that docket in 2013 to the acting NDPP, and it was only in 2019 that it was discovered missing. And this suggests that between 2013 and 2019, nothing was done in that docket, or nothing was done to investigate the matter. Do you have any comment on that?
No, I don't have comment on that because the dates, presently I cannot say I'm specific with this date and that date. The only comment that I can say is that the docket was in his office for a quite long time without coming back to me.
In your statement in paragraph 3, you mentioned that you would often visit Advocate McAdam's office in order to either supplement the docket or discuss the status of investigations. First question is, how often would you go? And the second is, between what time periods? Between what year and what year?
Thank you, my lady. At the NPA, the visit that I made at the NPA was quite a lot. The reason being, many dockets were there. My dockets, and not any other person's docket. My dockets, my investigation was there. And I had to make follow-up for all these dockets. Whenever I'm visiting him for the dockets, not one docket.
And
can you recall how often that would be when you would visit him in connection with the dockets you were carrying?
My lady, it might be every week.
Thank you.
And these weekly visits, how long did it last for? Was it since 2010?
Come again?
How long did these weekly visits last for? From what year to what year?
Ever since our unit worked hand in hand with them, it never ends. It started when I start at the DPCI till I retire.
Captain Masechela, in that instance, we now have two competing versions, because Advocate McAdam says that in 2013, the docket was with the acting NDPP. However, on your version, you were having weekly visits on various matters, including the Cradock 4, in which the docket was being updated. Can you help me reconcile which is the correct version?
My lady, what I am telling, I said up to 2017. And at the last date, when I was inquiring about the docket, I never spoke to Chris McAdams. I spoke to Advocate Tori Pretorius. I'm no longer sure what makes me to ask him whether he was now the acting head or the head, or maybe Advocate Mark Adams was not available. I don't know. But the dates that you have just said of the 2013, I never mentioned that. It's from him. It's his vision. It's from his own, what I mean. Nevertheless, I know nothing about the dates that he mentioned. It's from his own experience. And as I said, time and again, when I'm going there, I'm not going specific for one docket. I'm going for many other dockets. And I can't say, okay, right, because I'm here for another case, I cannot ask about this. I'm asking generally for all the dockets he's having.
In your investigations, part of these meetings with Advocate McAdam, we now know that Colonel Dweba took steps to approach various persons. These persons being, for example, Mr. Herman Duplessis, Eric Winter, Adriaan Vlok, Craig Williamson, Van der Westhuizen, Neil Bernard, Mr. Stemmet, etc. My question to you is, in your investigations, did you approach these persons as well?
Yes, I obtained statements from de Kock while he was still serving sentence at Pretoria prison. He gave me a statement.
Are there any others that you recall that you've approached that are no longer in this docket?
Major General Mukhabudi,
Sorry, can you repeat that name?
Major General Daniel Mukhabudi, Lieutenant Colonel Josiah Maponyane, the Colonel Allers,
Sorry, Captain, can you repeat the last name?
Allers,
Milady, it's 2 minutes to 11. I don't know
Are you
if
still going to be long?
Milady, there are a few more questions that I would want to go through.
Okay, just continue for still a few minutes before tea time. Let's see how far we can go.
As Milady pleases. Milady, might I ask the court's indulgence to take the tea break, because there is instructions that I would like to take.
Should I join for tea for 15 minutes?
As Milady pleases.
Thank you. You are reminded that you're still under oath, Mr. Captain, you're still under oath.
Yes, my lady.
Thank you. Yes, Mr.
As my lady pleases, I'm indebted for the indulgence, my lady.
Thank you.
Captain, in front of you, I have put an affidavit from Mr. or Advocate Raymond Christopher McAdam. For her ladyship's benefit, this is found in volume H, page 818 to page 820. For her ladyship's convenience, if her ladyship wants to follow, I have printed a copy of that affidavit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Captain, earlier in our discussion, I brought up an affidavit by Advocate McAdam. This is the affidavit dated 24 May 2021, in which Advocate McAdam deposed to and was contained in a court application in which the families brought against the NPA to compel a prosecutorial decision. I'm going to take you through this affidavit as it deals with the timelines that you have spoken about, and then I'm going to ask for your comment. Now, in paragraph 2, it states that I have been requested to make a statement regarding the disappearance of the Cradock 4 police docket, which is a TRC case from the offices of the NPA. In paragraph 3, it says, in 2013, I, being Advocate McAdam, was a Deputy Director in the PCLU. Advocate Abrahams was then acting as the head of the unit, and Advocate Jiba was acting as the NDPP. Ms. J. Lepinka was acting as the ANDPP's manager. Now, is that correct? Is that correct from your recollection?
No. About whoever is mentioned in this statement, I can't comment. I don't know who is doing what at the NPA, who is the assistant, who is the director. I am not working there. I can't comment about the statement which is made there by the somebody who is not, he's not talking about me here. He's talking about himself. This is his own vision.
Okay, we get that you can't comment on who was holding which position at NPA.
It's correct, my lady.
Yes, carry on, Mr. Maybe you should confine to those parts of the statement that concern the witness so that you don't
Indeed, my lady.
go through the same.
My lady, I'm putting these paragraphs to Captain because it deals with the timeline in which he's given evidence of containing the docket and supplementing the docket.
We're going to get the same response when you say in April 2013, Ms. Lepinka wrote to so-and-so. He was going to say, I don't know. It's not about me. It didn't write to me. So please, I think it's better to confine yourself to those parts that have anything to do with the timelines he has given.
Perhaps then, Captain, let's deal with paragraph 5, in which Advocate McAdam states that he was requested to hand over the docket as it had been called for by the office of the ANDPP. He says he cannot recall who made the request, but we know that it's after 26th April 2013 that it was handed over to the office of the ANDPP. Now, earlier you mentioned that you would have weekly meetings with Advocate McAdam over a period of time before your retirement, but here Advocate McAdam is stating that around 2013, after April, he was requested to hand over the docket to the NDPP. Advocate Jiba.
No comment. I don't know anything about what he said. I am still sticking on my statement that I made in chief that how was my visit to the NPA? And then, whenever he took the dockets to whoever, it doesn't concern me that.
He goes on to state in paragraph 6 that he reported that a response from the ANDPP was awaited, and in October 2023, a Mr. Kasana was appointed as the NDPP, and Advocate Jiba moved from the ANDPP to the head of the NPS and thereafter head of Legal Administration Department. Did you have any discussions with the ANDPP, being Ms. Jiba? Or Advocate Jiba, rather?
No, I don't think Advocate Jiba knows me. We don't know each other. I know him or her on the media.
And you do accept that if Advocate McAdam had to hand over the documents to Advocate Jiba, you would have had to have a conversation with Advocate Jiba on the updates and status of the matter?
I cannot comment on that.
As the investigating officer during that period, do you have any idea why a request would be made to hand over documents to the ANDPP, Advocate Jiba?
No, I don't know the process of the NPA and the advocates at their office. How does they hand over the dockets to each other?
Yes, I don't think he would know, Mr.
As my lady pleases. Then let's move on to paragraph 9 of the statement. If we turn the page over. It states that in April 2019, Advocate McAdam became the acting head of the PCLU and was advised that the docket had not been located. Advocate Mziniati, who was then acting as the head, informed him that a proper search had been conducted, but that docket could not be located. At that stage, Advocate Jiba had had her employment with the NPA terminated by the President, and Ms. Lepinka was suspended. It served no purpose at that stage to try and locate the docket. Now, in your earlier evidence, you mentioned that there was a safe room or a storage room in which these boxes and the docket was contained. Do you have any comment on paragraph 9?
No.
Wasn't that at their offices that he speaks of a box and a storage? I think that was at his offices, unless I'm mistaken.
Perhaps I can clarify that
Yes,
with the witness.
please do.
The box with documents was at the strong room where Captain Masechela was stationed. It's me, Masechela.
Yes.
Then, and were the NPA aware that this box was stored with Captain Masechela in the strong room?
No, they can't. I never discussed where I put my dockets, where I save my dockets. To make it clear for you now, say, the reason of putting the documents and the duplicate docket in the strong room, it was to save those documents and the docket as a backup. Unfortunately, the backup is also missing.
Missing from the strong room.
From the storeroom. How? I don't know.
Captain Masechela, how does one access the strong room? Ordinarily, if you were to access these documents, how would you access it?
No, the strong room, the key, there's no anyone who would have the access to the strong room. By myself, when I'm on duty and I want to get into the strong room, while I was still working, I know that Colonel Skutsie will hand over the key to me and say that, open, put whatever you put, lock, bring the key here. When she is here, it's like her office is here, the door of the strong room is there. There's no way that you can get out of the strong room with the key without passing her table. So he must and she must see you when you get in and get out.
And so for the purposes of the record and transcription, you're pointing to about 1 or 2 meters away from you that the strong room would have been.
No, I didn't make measurements. I was just making, I was just clarifying with that the strong room, how does it, and then the office of.
To refer the case to investigators in the Eastern Cape, I was able to locate considerable additional relevant material to the case, which was provided to those investigators. Now, the last paragraph, Captain, is that it closes off by saying, I do not have evidence at my disposal to suggest that the docket was stolen. All the material contained in the docket was easily re-obtainable. Now, my question to you, Captain, was that in your evidence you stated that there were originals and statements taken from persons. Was the docket really, or rather easily re-obtainable in the circumstances of having original statements and original evidence from previous investigations?
My ladies, there's no way. Most of the witnesses who made statements in that docket were old people who were no longer alive. Some were aging, and then some were no longer in the police. To get original statements from those people was not easy. Because I still remember that when I retired, the very same brigadier of a colonel of the railway police was no longer alive. Most of the people who were there, the senior personnel who made the statements in the docket, were no longer alive. So how will they get it right to make it original as it was before? It's impossible.
Thank you, Captain. In dealing with persons, I have 2 last questions, and the one is with, you've mentioned that one of the persons that you interviewed was Mr. de Kock, or rather approached was Mr. de Kock. At that stage, was Mr. de Kock willing to provide a statement?
Yes, my lady, Mr. de Kock was supportive. He gave me the statement which I didn't doubt.
And do you recall what the contents of that statement was?
I can't all recall, but it was all about the firearm. Right. The firearm between himself and Saki van Zyl.
And lastly, Captain, after the docket went missing, you may be aware that the families laid a criminal complaint, a criminal charge to investigate that missing docket. The families approached the investigating officer requesting that a statement be taken from the previous investigating officers. And my question is, were you approached to provide a statement on the missing docket?
Yes, my lady, the statement that I just read when we start with evidence is the one.
Thank you, Captain. Is there anything else? Lady, those are the questions.
Thank you. Mr. Eunice, any questions for the witness?
We have none, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Celia.
No questions.
Mr. De Meyer.
Up to this witness, I know him too well.
Okay.
I know you too.
Mr. Schoolman? Am I missing anyone? Thank you very much. Captain, thank you very much. Tlou, you are excused. You may step down.
Thank you, my lady.
Is that also your clan name? Tlou.
Tlou, T-L-O-U.
Is it also your clan name? Or is
Yes.
All right. Thank
Yeah.
you. You may step
If you
down.
want to make me happy, call me Tlou.
Yeah, that's why when I excused you, I say Tlou. You are excused.
Thank you, my
All right. Yes, Mr. Coachman.
Thank you,
We
my
need
lady.
to
My lady.
adjourn to start up the next witness's testimony.
Yes, indeed, my lady. The idea was it was supposed to be at 12. We're just trying to make contact because we're having difficulties making contact with him.
Right.
But we'll let you know. my
We'll
lady.
adjourn.
sorting it out with you.
Yani, you keep on no mapa as if you can speak directly with Florida. No mapa. Yeah, yeah.
This one.
Can you?
She can hear you on that mic. This mic.
Shabnam.
I hear you guys, but you are so soft. Yeah. What's this one here? You can this one. Hi, GDPP. Hi. You can hear me?
Yes.
Because we can't hear you very loud. Hey? I don't know what is going on, but I'm on full volume, but I can barely hear you all.
Yeah, but speak in that. No, speak in this
Okay,
mic.
I'll change the mic.
No, speak it. Stand up and speak in this mic.
Yeah, just adjust it there so that we can hear you all because mine is on full and I can't hear you guys.
Are we working with these ones? No, not the court ones. We're working with these ones. This one? No, don't move it. Wait.
Can we test before we start then?
They're both the same.
Speak to you. Speak in this one.
Shabnam, can you hear us?
Wait, hang on. Let me hang up here.
Yes. Can you hear us now?
GDPP, you all are very, very soft. I can barely hear you again.
Okay. Gigi, keep your mic with you.
We're speaking to this mic.
Zach, speaking with that.
Yeah?
I just speak.
He's on the highest here, but we can't hear him.
Shabnam,
I can hear you, but I've got to put my ear right next to the speaker. We can't hear you.
I think we need volume somewhere.
Okay, just hold on. Let me just call you the normal way. I'm calling you now.
Check your volume on your laptop. Volume on your laptop. Hi.
Hi. You're actually louder on my phone than you are on the laptop.
Is it not the,
So I don't know.
problem? Is it not with your laptop?
Look, I don't know why, because we have normal meetings. We hear, but I'm going to call it tech quickly, right? Just stand by. I'm going to get support to come and have a look. What is the problem?
Sure.
I'll call you back. Bye. Let me talk so long.
Everyone is. No, there's no problem with these mics. The problem is that side.
Zach is mic back.
You don't have problem like that. I'm wondering, if bathetha ngefowuni sisitshengisiza uthi sibathuyi ifowuni kodwa usalinde i-technician uthi but xa imamele efowunini yakho iyakwazi but ke siya kwi-laptop
Could, if you see there now, you see, there's my mic, there's the camera. Now.
Can you hear us?
I think you must stand up.
You are muted, Shavna. Muted. Mute, unmute, muted.
Oh, that's right. I think we are good. Guys, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, perfect. No,
Can
we're
you
good to
hear
go
us?
then. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank
I think we are
you.
good to go now. Thank you.
Thanks, Shav.
All right. Thank you, Colonel. Come.
You stole your give him trouble.
English. Is this one unplugged?
Yes, Mr. Coachman.
Thank you, my lady. Apologies for the delay. But my colleague, Ms. Mvandaba, who's now going to lead the witness, my lady, will perhaps explain all the difficulties we had. Thank you.
Okay, no need for an explanation. If your colleagues are aware of what has been happening, let's just skip their explanation part and get on to the business.
As a court, Mrs. Mailedi, they are all aware of what was the delay. The next witness, my lady, to be called is Colonel Johannes Ngaka Makua. He is testifying virtually.
Thank you. Can you hear us, Mr. Makua?
That's correct.
Can you state your full names for the record, please? Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Your full names, please.
Johannes Nakamakua.
Do you have any objection to taking an oath?
No objection.
All right. Do you consider the
I
oath
do.
as binding into your conscience? Do you consider the oath as binding to your conscience?
That's correct, madam.
All right. Swear, therefore, that the evidence you are about to give will be nothing else but the truth, and to signify that, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
The evidence that I'm going to give is the truth and nothing else but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much.
As a court visit. Sir, will I be correct to say that you are a retired colonel from South African Police Services?
That's correct, my lady.
When did you join the South African Police Service?
I joined the South African Police Service on the 19th December 1985.
And then when did you go for retirement?
I retired on the 30th August 2024.
When you started with SAPS, where were you attached?
I was attached to the Leboa Police uniform, and then working as a shift member in the church office.
And then when you retired, you were attached under which unit?
I was attached to the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation head office under the Serious Organized Crime unit, subsection Crimes Against the State.
Colonel, we are sitting here, we are doing the inquest regarding the case commonly known as the Cradock form. You understand?
That's correct, my lady.
And your name came up as one of the former investigating officers.
That's correct, my lady.
Just give us a background as to when was this case allocated to you as an investigating officer?
I was the subsection commander at Crimes Against the State and taking charge of cases, all cases concerning the reinvestigation of cases concerning the TRC, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and in 2017. And then the matter, by the time it was investigated by Captain Masekela, and after he retired in 2017, late, then I took over the investigation in 2018.
At the time when Captain Masekela was investigating the case, you are the section commander.
That's correct.
And then, have you ever seen the police docket during that time, police docket of this matter, whilst Captain Masekela was still the investigating officer?
I've seen the copy which I was investigating most of the time. He was investigating, and the original docket by then was handed over by Captain Masekela to the NPA, PCLU unit.
And then now you took over in 2018 to investigate after Captain Masekela left for retirement. Can you tell the court as to what is it that you took over? Did you take over the police docket, or what was it?
After Captain Masekela left, and then he handed in most of the case docket which was in his possession. And by that time, that the Cradock 4-1 and the others, he didn't hand them in, but they were reflecting in his case register and on the system under his name. But he produced the proof of receipt that he handed over the case docket to the NPA.
Now, you must take over the investigation. You already had acknowledgement received confirming that the docket is with the NPA. What did you do as the new investigating officer?
I went to the NPA and inquired from Advocate McAdams about the Cradock 4, and it was the Cradock 4 and some other matters. And then he gave me, for Cradock 4, he gave me some, it was a document of 2 or 3 pages, which has got the details as what must be investigated there and all the like, but he didn't give me the case docket. He kept on telling that he's still looking for the case docket. I must come back. So it took quite a long, the period of months, if I'm not mistaken. It can be up to 6 or 7 months for me not to be having that case docket. But I kept on inquiring from him. I didn't get it up to such time that we end up receiving a complaint from the Human Rights Commission about the investigations. And I got back to him again. Oh, he was also in the meeting of that complaint because it was the visual meeting. Then after the meeting, then I got back to him to require to make inquiries about the case docket. It was then that he told me that he has been looking. And after some months, it was then that he told me that he realized that it is one of the case docket which somebody came from the office of Advocate Jiva, and then the case docket was handed to that person. And I inquired as to the details of that person, but unfortunately, he could not remember who's that person, and there was no proof of acknowledgement of the receipt by that person.
So you say that he did not immediately tell you when you were inquiring, but it was after a long time, after there was also even a meeting with the Human Rights Commission or Foundation, when he says that now you realize that the docket, it is among the dockets that were taken to Advocate Jiba.
That's correct, my lady.
Now you already have this information that the docket was taken to Advocate Jiba as per Advocate Mark Adam. What was your next step now into getting the docket? You were already aware that it said that it's with Advocate Jiba.
I discussed it with my commander, who was Brigadier Kaba, and he also promised that he will talk to Jiwa and then he will come back to me. But it also took long. He never came back to me, and by that time, Advocate Jiwa was no longer employed with the NPA. And then I went back to Advocate Mark Adams to say, can he maybe try and contact Advocate Jiva and find out as to where did he keep the docket. But I didn't get help on that.
Thank you. As now you were investigating, was there any stage in which yourself, in fact, just explain your investigations besides looking for the missing dockets? Now you realize that the docket is not there, and then there's already a complaint about the Cradock 4.
We again had some meetings with these guys of Human Rights Commission, and then that is where I could pick up some of the reference numbers of the stations and the case numbers. And then I went down to the Eastern Cape looking for the case docket, and then I found some case dockets in KwaZakele, and then it was KwaZakele case number, and inside it was the sub case dockets, about 3 of them of Swartskop, and there was not enough evidential material in the case dockets. Only post-mortem reports were in those case dockets. But as for statements and whatever investigation was done, that was outstanding. There was not so much of the evidential material.
Do you still...
And then, yes, my lady.
I just wanted to, before we forget, you say that you went to the Eastern Cape, you found a KwaZakele sub-file with some other 3 files, SWAT cops inside, or files, dockets. What was, do you still remember the KwaZakele case, or CR, as it was known before?
Yeah, it was KwaZakele CR 373 of 6, 1985.
So you say that inside there were some sub-files for that way bearing CR numbers from SWAT corps?
Yeah, it was the SAP3s, which is the case docket cover, and in each of those case docket cover, it was the post-mortem reports only.
Then let's continue now. You get this information from KwaZakele. Inside you get the sub-files, it's a SAP3 with postmortems and no statements. What did you do?
Then as I making inquiries there and there, and then I understood that there was a former inquest which was held concerning the same cases, which was held in Port Elizabeth. Upon making further inquiries at the High Court in Port Elizabeth for the copies of the inquest, I was informed that the copies of the inquest was filed at the State Archives in King Williamstown. I then contacted King Williamstown with the reference number I was given about that the inquest, and then I made arrangement. They checked for me, and then it was confirmed for me that the files were there, and then I made arrangements for them to keep them for me aside, and then I will come to check for the files.
Did you eventually go to King Williamstown archives to get the files?
Yeah, my arrangement was made. Unfortunately, my diary of 2019 was stolen, but if I remember, not exactly sure, but when I check on the calendars, it should be in March 2018. I left from Pretoria on Sunday the 18th, and then 1920 I was in King Williamstown, searching on the files and looking for what can we get there. Unfortunately, on the files, there was not much of evidential material except the court transcripts. There was none of the copies of the case docket statements. Then I've been there until Wednesday, the 21st March 2018, which was a whole public holiday on a Human Rights Day. I spent the day, in fact, we spent the day because I was with Lieutenant Colonel Hutton. And then we continue with our investigation on Thursday, the 22nd, and came back to Pretoria on Friday, the 23rd.
So it is your evidence that there, still at the archives, you could not get any original or anything except for what you've already placed before this court?
That's correct, my lady. It was only the transcript, and which were not, mostly were not typed, and it was too difficult, and they were mixed up. They were not according to the correct filing. They were just mixed up, and then copies of the docket on that files, it was never found, my lady.
During the time as you were investigating the matter, Colonel, did you obtain any statements? As you are following up the information that you got from the archives, did you obtain any statement from any witness?
I'm not sure whether I did, but I don't remember obtaining any except for me giving my own statement, because I never came across any other witness who could be witnessing anything about this matter.
Thank you, Colonel. Now, Colonel, we are going to go to the statement that you say that you made as you were investigating. My lady, we are going to ask the witness to read from his statement, It's Exhibit C, page 1 to 8. It's both typed and handwritten. Colonel, do you have the statement in front of you?
That's correct, my lady.
Can you read it for the record, please?
The typed and the handwritten statement are the same as my statements.
Yes, you'll just read one.
Okay.
Thank
Can
you.
the witness read from paragraph 3, or do we need the personal information as well?
We'll just need my lady from paragraph 3. Sorry, thank you for that, because you've already placed on the record like his personal. Can you start
Thank you,
from
my lady.
paragraph 3, Colonel?
That's correct, my lady. I'm assigned to the investigation of the 4 political activists that were kidnapped and killed in or around the KwaZulu in the district area of Port Elizabeth. According to the investigation leads, the deceased were named as Matthew Oniwa, Sparom Konto, Port Kalata, and Sicelo Mhlauli that were kidnapped, shot, stabbed, petrol torched at 4 different crime scenes in 1985 by the then members of the State Security Branch of South Africa. Matthew Goniwa's vehicle in which they were driving was also set alight. The post-mortem reports indicate that the cause of death in respect of each of the deceased as follows. That of Sparom Konto is a gunshot wound through the head and a stab wound in the heart. Sicelo Mhlauli, the multiple stab wounds and their effects. Port Kalata, multiple stab wounds and their effects. Matthew Goniwa, stab wounds in the heart and their effects. Inquest hearing was held by Judge President N.W. Zisman of the Eastern Cape Division of Supreme Court of South Africa, which was concluded on the 28th day of May 1994. The finding was that the death were brought about by deliberate act committed by unknown person or persons which acts constitute murder on the part of such person or persons, and however the judge was not able on the evidence placed before him to identify the murderer or murderers, and accordingly unable to find prima facie that an offense has been committed by any specific person or persons, which offense contributed to or brought about the death of any of the aforementioned 4 deceased persons. Four case dockets were registered upon discovery of the bodies at different crime scenes as follows. KwaZulu CR 373 of 6, 1985. It was registered in case of Matthew Goniwa. Swartkop CR 140 of 6, 1985. Registered for Fort Kalata. Swartkop CR 12 of 7, 1985, registered for the murder of Sicelo Mhlauli. Swartkop CR 13 of 7, 1985, registered for the murder of Sparom Konto. The suspects in this murder were identified on their application for the amnesty during the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and the outcome of their application were as follows. Major Saki van Zyl was denied amnesty and he is deceased. Lieutenant Eric Alexander Taylor was denied amnesty and he was still alive at the time of my investigations. Sergeant Gerardus Johannes Lodz was denied amnesty and he committed suicide. Sergeant Fagu was also deceased. Sergeant Kotuga also deceased. And Sergeant Askasi Shepard Shakati deceased. Among the 6 mentioned suspects, only Lieutenant Eric Alexander Taylor, who was still alive at the time of my investigations. I know and understand the contents of the declaration. I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath, and I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience, which was signed on the 24th of June 2020 at 11 o'clock in Pretoria.
Thank you, Colonel. You don't have to read the last paragraph. You confirm the signature, that it's your signature.
That's correct, my lady. It's mine.
Colonel, evidence before court is to the effect that later on, or after some time, the matters were sent now down to the provinces, to the DPCI, the provincial offices, to continue with investigations. Can you confirm that process?
That's correct, my lady.
You were already a colonel by that time.
That's correct, my lady.
Now, when the Cradock 4 matter was sent down to the Eastern Cape, do you know as to how it was sent to the Eastern Cape, who received the matter in the Eastern Cape to investigate?
After there was a team hired special to come and take special investigation on the TRC cases. As the cases by then were all centralized in the head office in Pretoria, the decision was to decentralize them to the provinces. And that of KZN and Eastern Cape, there was a number to such, and the group was already stationed there. So the conclusion was for them to be centralized there. And for this Cradock 4 matter, there was many cases which were sent to the Eastern Cape, and there was a number of cases which were handed over to Captain Ben Nell to take them down to the Eastern Cape. And then the others, I think they came from Eastern Cape to come and collect them from our office. But I don't remember very well now that they all went down at the same time, or but what I remember, it was there were some other files of some cases which were left behind to our office and collected at the later stage. But for myself, I don't remember getting down to the Eastern Cape because they were compiled and put in groups in my office, and then when the members from the provinces came in, then we handed them in to them. But that one, I don't remember whether it was one of those which were taken into the Eastern Cape by Captain Nell. I'm no longer sure about that.
Thank you, Colonel. Colonel, you've already experienced some challenges into getting the docket. And now the Eastern Cape is taking over. Did you advise your colleagues at the Eastern Cape the difficulties that you were having into getting the original docket in the matter?
Yeah, by then the Eastern Cape group was led by Colonel Gipa. And then we had a lot of meetings together, even before they take over the investigations. And we had a session where we sat down and explained to them the difficulties I've been having during the investigation of these cases. And most of the difficulties was from the NPA and also from my office. So we met also with Colonel Khipper on other matters in the KZN. And the meeting also there, it was also the discussion of these cases, as some of the cases in the Eastern Cape were linked to some in the KZN. So I think I'm sure it was most on several occasions where you used to meet, and all the time, particularly with NPA, I was telling them the difficulties I had. And even to the NPA, there was at a time when they, after handing over the case docket, they used to come to our office, and I used to get to them, to the NPA, looking for some other evidential material, like that one of the Motherwell case, which, according to Advocate Mike Adams, was instructing that it must be investigated together with the Cradock 4.
Speak about each and every case, because now we are dealing with this one. I'm happy that you say that there were some discussions even amongst yourselves and the NPA as you were sending down the cases. Colonel, when I'm looking into your statement, right on top, it says Swartkop case 6107-2020. Can you identify the handwriting there?
That's correct, my lady.
What handwriting is that?
That was my handwriting.
Where did you get that case number from?
After going through the pieces of evidential material and that sort of case dockets, I discovered that about 3 murders were occurred in the area of Swartkop. Then, because we were not investigating with a registered case docket at a particular station, we were investigating an inquiry which was registered in our office. So we wanted to register them as the case docket belonging to a station. And that's why, and by that time, when we get the serial number at Swartkop, it was number 61 in July 2020 when we were registering the case docket, because when we have to take an investigation to the court, we cannot use the inquiry number for court purposes. So that is why I registered it as Swartkop case 6107-2020.
Thank you, Colonel. Colonel, I'm going to refer you. My lady is going to be Exhibit C. It's Exhibit, my lady, F, page 53 to 51. I'm going to read for you, Colonel. You don't have that exhibit in front of you. I'm going to read my lady to page 53.
Sorry, what is that?
It's the Exhibit F. It follows from the affidavit of Mr. Kalada. It's page 158. It reads as follows.
Wait, what is it that you are reading?
The affidavit of Mr. Kalata, which is also attached to the statement of Captain Masekela, the same that Mr. Suleiman read from when Captain Masekela was testifying. The interesting part there that I'm going to read, Colonel, is at paragraph 158, which says,
You can explain to the witness what you are reading from, whose statement you are reading from.
Colonel, I'm reading from an affidavit of Mr. Kalata. It's not coming from your own affidavit.
That's correct.
But it pertains your discussions with him regarding the
I'm
Cradock
trying
form.
to find the exhibit C. I have Mr. McAdam's affidavit that was handed in earlier. Where do I find that exhibit C? What are you referring to?
My lady, is exhibit F, not C.
Okay, maybe you should carry on.
It's at paragraph 158, it reads as follows. Colonel Makua advised me to take up the theft of the docket at the highest level. The implication of what I had left me furious, as I had suspected all along there was no credible official investigation taking place. Did you get what I'm reading for you?
My lady,
I got it, my lady.
I do have a copy of the exhibit, if your ladyship would
Thank you,
have
that
me
would
hand
be
it up.
helpful. Thank you very much.
It would be on page 8 and 9 of the exhibit being handed up, or of the bundle that's being handed up, my lady. It's not an exhibit.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
I'll repeat reading it for you, Colonel. Colonel Makua advised me to take up the theft of the docket at the highest levels. The implication of what I had left me furious, as I had suspected all along there was no credible official investigations taking place. Do you still remember this conversation?
I remember, my lady.
Why did you suggest, or why did you come to saying that the docket is stolen, theft of a docket?
My lady, after Colonel Masechela handed over the case docket to the NPA, and when I was looking for the case docket, he produced the acknowledgement of receipt of the case docket, which was received at the NPA. And I went to the NPA and requested and found that it was dealt with by Advocate McAdams. And upon inquiry to Advocate McAdams, it was then that he informed me that the case docket was taken by an unknown person to the office of Advocate Jiva. And it took me some months asking for McAdams to get the clarity from Advocate Jiva, and even to give me the details of the person who took the case docket from his office to the office of other Advocate Jiva. Because under no circumstances, when we hand over the dockets, they must have a trial. A case docket from the investigating officer to the prosecution for a decision, it must be acknowledged the receipt. And then from the prosecution to wherever, back to the police or maybe to the other office, also it must have acknowledgement of receipt, because it is a very important document whereby it is dealing with the lives of the people who were killed in that matter. So it was a difficult situation for me, for a responsible person to come and tell me that they were here in my office, they were in volumes, card box full of volumes of that investigation. My lady, it was not just like a single case docket. It was a case docket, but the evidential material were collected, and it was volumes of that material. So if you allow such volumes of investigative material, which is a case docket, to be removed from our office, and then not knowing who is taking those documents, it was unreasonable to me. It was like they are denying me with the case docket. And after we had a meeting of complaints by the family members of the deceased, because during the meeting I said, no, I don't have the case docket. The case docket, I've never seen it. It was since sent to the NPA. And that made the advocate Mark Adams to be angry for me, where he even sent an email to my office to say they should take departmental steps against me because I didn't want to work. But I was surprised on what should I work, because I had to get the case docket, to get the addresses of the next of kin of the families, to go and visit them. I got that from the documents of the TRC, which I got on the meeting later after we had a meeting with the guys of the Human Rights Commission. It was then that I happened to get the details of the next of kin and visited them and the graves of the Cradock 4 in Cradock. If maybe the family members are in the court, for sure they will remember that there was a guy called Colonel Mob. Yes, my lady.
We are just concerned about the missing dockets. Let's forget about the rest and what did you do. My lady, is there anything else? That will be all from the side of the state. You've explained, Colonel, the missing dockets, and in fact, before I sit down, Advocate Makadam tells you that the docket was in his office. Someone came to take it to Advocate Jiba. Did you obtain any statement from Advocate Makadam regarding the removal of the docket from his office to Advocate Jiba?
I couldn't, my lady. The situation by that time, it was very tense in my office. And then some of the old members were said that we should leave the Office of Crimes against the state and make up.
You don't have to go to those, but what is interesting, in fact, what the state wanted to know is, did you obtain the statement from Advocate Makadam explaining to you what happened to the docket? So, in a nutshell, you say that you did not obtain that statement.
Yeah, he was not of the position to can give me the statement. And then I couldn't also be able to can get to Advocate Jiwak for her statement. And then we were even barred to come to the NPA, and it was said that whatever we need, we should tell Colonel Flynn will coordinate whatever we need from the NPA. So by that time, we were barred not to come to the NPA.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. That will be all.
Okay. It's already lunchtime. Can I just get an indication? Will there be a cross-examination of the witness, Mr. Vani, Ms. Butelezi?
Yes, lady.
All right. Okay. Let's adjourn for lunch. Will it be? It's 1:15 already, but can you make it back here at 2:15, rather than go to legend until 2:15? Colonel, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
That's correct, my lady.
Thank you. Yes, Mr.
Thank you, my lady. Good afternoon, Colonel Makua.
Afternoon.
Colonel, to start off with, I just wanted to get some clarity on, you made mention in your evidence on the South African Human Rights Commission. I wanted to inquire from you whether you were referring to the Foundation for Human Rights and Cliff Decker Hofmeyer, who are the legal representatives of the families.
Yeah, it is. It was not the Human Rights Commission. It was the Foundation for Human Rights, who were representatives of the families.
Thank you for that. Now, Colonel, I want to start off at the stage where you were first introduced to the docket, and we have an affidavit by Advocate McAdam in which he says that in April 2019 there was a proper search done for the docket and the docket could not be located. The first question I have for you, Colonel, is were you part of the process of looking for the docket, searching for the docket?
I was not part of that search.
And Advocate McAdam goes on to state that he gave the material in his possession to the investigating officer, Colonel Makua, that's yourself, and advised him to reconstruct the docket. Is that correct?
That's not correct, my lady. There's no material I received from him. Most of the material I collected. That's why I said I collected such the case docket of short cop, which I found in one of the stations there, and then I got it after we had a meeting with the Foundation of the Human Rights, because there I got some leads on what they had in their files. And then with what I got from their leads, it helped me to know where to get to. But from Advocate McAdams, it was only a 2-page, something like a letter. It was a letter of instruction by the time they were instructing us to continue with the investigation. It was then that when I asked Masechela, he said, no, remember the case docket is still there at the NPA.
And so you did engage with Captain Masechela in the process of reconstructing the docket?
That's correct. And then to me, Captain Masechela just gave me the acknowledge of receipt of the case docket, which was acknowledged from the NPA.
Did you listen this morning to Captain Masechela's evidence?
No.
Captain Masechela stated that he possessed a docket in which contained evidence that in his opinion was sufficient for a prosecutorial decision, and that copies of it were stored at a strong room in Pretoria. Are you aware of this?
I just came aware of this on my interview this Sunday. There were some copies which were found in my office in Pretoria, but in the same storage where it's alleged they found those copies, it is the strong room in our office. There's a shelf where there were the case dockets which were finalized and some which were put on, brought forward from our office and from different stations. And all the case dockets were put according to their serial numbers on years and months. Only what will differ when you are looking at a particular column is only the station numbers. But there will be, if it's for a case docket for April, registered in April, April 2020, you will get them all in an April month, and on for 2020, then you will get them there. So we searched with the help of Lieutenant Colonel Bernard Kutsier, who was in charge of the storeroom by that time. We couldn't get it.
And when you say you couldn't get it, this is the docket for the Cradock 4 in matter.
A copy of the Cradock 4 case docket.
Now, Mr. or rather Advocate McAdam in his affidavit states that a decision was taken to refer the case to investigators in the Eastern Cape, and he was able to locate considerable information or additional material which was provided to those investigators. Now, your evidence earlier was that you were conducting investigations to reconstruct the docket, and I wanted you to comment on Advocate McAdam's statement.
Didn't he do so during when he was led by Ms. Mvandaba?
As Lady pleases.
I will not know what transpired when the matter was already in the Eastern Cape. But during my time as the investigator, it was so difficult for me. And if I should have received the copy of that case docket, it would have been simple for me to expedite the investigation.
Okay, then can we then move on to your statement, which was already read out to you. There's two questions I have in this statement. The first is, in paragraph 7, you make reference of 4 CR numbers. Milady, that's page 2 of his statement.
Yes, thank you.
In paragraph 7.
Paragraph 7, yes. Are you at paragraph 7?
Yes.
Okay. Now, according to the family's record, there are 5 CR numbers. The 5th one being CR 212/06 of 1985, which dealt with the suspected to be burnt out Honda Ballade. Were you aware of this 5th CR number and file?
I'm not aware of it, as during my investigation I did come across any document with that CR number. I should have made a follow-up on it. If it is a CR number, I should have visited the station where it was registered just to check if maybe I can get something out of it.
Thank you. And the second part in paragraph 8, on the last bullet point, you stated that Lieutenant Eric Alexandra Taylor, who is still alive, this affidavit was dated 2020. According to the records, Mr. Taylor passed away in 2016.
The witness did indicate that he was still alive at the time of making the statement. He did make that clear.
Milady, the clarity I'm seeking from the witness is that the statement is dated 2020, whereas Mr. Taylor passed on in 2016. I just wanted to know whether that was an error or the context of that statement.
Okay, carry on.
Yeah, was the information we have been getting when we were doing the investigation, but unfortunately, as it is long back, I should have, maybe if I should have seen my investigation diaries and all the like, I should be able to elaborate further as to. But I think it was the way when we were inquiring, and possibly it should be also with the Home Affairs issue. But I'm not sure now here.
Thank you, Colonel. Colonel, I then want to move on to your communication with the families. Milady, I'm going to be referring to the extracts from Mr. Kalata's statement. Colonel, Mr. Lucanio Kalata stated that around 1 April 2020, you called his mother, Ms. Nomundit Kalata, and shared some bad news in relation to the investigation. He then called you back and you confirmed that the original case docket was missing. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir, my lady.
The statement goes on to state that Advocate McAdam advised you that the docket had been handed over to someone who claimed to have been sent by Advocate Jiba, the former acting NDPP, and you indicated that you were deeply troubled with what was happening with the investigation.
That's correct, my lady.
Now, I'd like your comment further on the next sentence, which is, Mr. Kalata says that you said to him that you did not believe that the docket went missing accidentally, and you were concerned that powerful forces were protecting the suspects, in particular the high-ranking suspects. Do you confirm that you communicated that sentiment to Mr. Kalata?
That's correct.
And why did you communicate that with Mr. Kalata?
We had a meeting. It was a visual meeting, if I remember very well, and then I was not happy on what was said, because according to the deceased family, it was like we are not doing our job accordingly. And it was a worry to me, because I was keen to do the job, and I would like to see my ability trying to get to the end of this so that the family members can get a closure. And it was because during my investigation, there was a time when I visited the families and they expressed their happiness about the investigation of this matter, like it's not taken care of. And then that was worrying me, because in my conscience, I wanted to investigate the matter, but there were the obstacles which were preventing me to investigate the matter. What I suspected was that the case docket was handed over to the NPA. And then, as I was in charge of all the former TRC investigation matters, we were dealing with Advocate C at the NPA in head office. At the beginning, except this case, most of the cases, there was a success. Things were going all right. And then while busy doing the investigations, Advocate McAdams tend to be no longer happy for me, as I used to come most of the time, demanding the original case docket from him and asking him that I would like him to make contact with Advocate Jiva, because if he does not know who took the case docket from his office to Advocate Jiva, did he ever verify with Advocate Jiva whether she did receive the case docket or not? So I couldn't get such answers, to such an extent that at the NPA, we were stopped from visiting Advocate Sin on any other matters.
I think we've heard that from the witness.
And we were stopped.
You did state that earlier, Mr. Do we need to hear that again? That they were barred from the offices of the NPA?
Oh,
He's
Milady,
already given that evidence.
as Milady pleases, in his evidence in chief, he was also curtailed halfway, and I thought it would give him the opportunity to complete his thought. However, Milady, perhaps then I can ask questions that direct him towards the paragraphs that are.
Yes, maybe you should.
Colonel, in that, okay, before I ask that question, Colonel, in the evidence you just given, who you haven't mentioned who stopped you. Who was it that stopped you from taking the matter forward?
It was said in the parade in our office on our daily morning meeting that the NPA is complaining about our visit that side because each and every member used to get to the NPA to consult with a particular advocate who will be handling his matter there. So the order was that we don't have to come to the NPA anymore. We should, Colonel Flynn was appointed as the coordinator between us and the NPA. And then they were issued with the access card at the NPA. And then it was said that we should not come there anymore. What we could do is only to send emails, and then we can only make calls.
From the offices? I think that was the question.
Yes, lady. The next, Colonel, you did mention that you were barred in your evidence in chief. Is this the barring that you are speaking about now?
That's correct.
Colonel, to finish off this conversation with Mr. Kalata, who did you think were these powerful forces that you communicated that were protecting the suspects?
I wouldn't know, but on my side, the behavior of Advocate Mark Adams, to me, it was like he's protecting the suspect.
Well, let's then move on, Colonel. I'm then going to Milady, Mr. Lukanyo Kalata's affidavit in the application to compel, which is in volume H. And I just want to, there were certain statements made in, regarding Colonel Makor that I'm going to be putting to him for comment. The first is that around August 2019, the families, together with the investigating officer, Brigadier Marian, shared a 12-part TRC record, which included a minute of a confession of the late Mr. Eric Taylor. This confession came about as a result of a meeting with a domineer, Shal Kutzia. He goes on to say that once he was advised that you were the new investigating officer, all the information and leads were provided to you to compile that docket. Is that correct?
Yeah, I had most of documents from the Brigadier Marriott, and the one who helped me to get the direction as to where to go to.
Mr. Kalata goes on to state that in response to queries made by his attorneys, and that is Cliff Decker Hofmeyer, to Advocate McAdam, they were advised that a decision in the Cradock 4 matter could only be made once investigations in other TRC cases, such as PEPCO 3, the Motherwell bombing, and the Mtimkulu case, has been finalized. Firstly, Colonel, are you aware of this decision to first investigate all of these other cases before making a decision on the Cradock 4?
Yeah, when consulting with Advocate Mark Alsop, that's what he also was telling me, to say, in fact, for these cases to be all right, they linked together with Motherwell and PEPCO 3. And then I demanded the Motherwell documents, because when you get to his office on the passage, there was a shelf there, which there was some lying files there marked on the PEPCO 3 and Motherwell. So I asked him even one day to say, but I see these files here. It is about the Motherwell case and the PEPCO 3, and it is the TRC investigation. Why can't you also hand them up to us? He said, no, there's not that much in here. I will hand in the main material. So it was his instruction also there that they should be investigated all together. But my argument with him was that, but then this, I don't see the linkage. He said, no, the link is because of the suspect are the same people. But I said, but now for me, because I didn't have the Motherwell investigation and the PEPCO 3 investigation, I wouldn't know. And maybe it will help me if I can get those case dockets or files which you do have for these other cases.
Your tenure as investigating officer, did you receive the dockets for those matters?
No, my lady.
Moving on to that same year in August 2020, when there was a video conference, between the families, yourself, Colonel Ripa, and the investigating team, Mr. Kalata in his affidavit states that Advocate Sakata, who was part of the meeting, mentioned that the families would have to wait for a fully investigated docket before he and the NPA could apply their minds and make a decision. Now, Colonel, before you comment on it, that is a different approach that the NPA is taking compared to waiting for the Motherwell incident and PEPCO 3 to be completely investigated. Do you have any comment on that?
Can you take me back again?
Sure. So in a meeting in August 2020, there was a video conference attended by Mr. Kalata on behalf of the families, his legal team, Advocate Sakata, yourself, Colonel Ripa, and other members of the NPA. And during this meeting, after a PowerPoint presentation was presented, Advocate Sakata mentioned that the families would have to wait for a fully investigated docket before the NPA could apply their minds and make a decision on whether to prosecute or not. Do you recall this meeting?
I recall the meeting, but even though I don't remember exactly the contents, but I think if I remember very well, it should be the time. I don't remember whether it was before or after that meeting whereby Mr. Kalata called me, and then it was then that I said to him, no. According to what the little I'm having, I don't see any linkage. The linkage, yes, the suspect can be the same, but I don't see any linkage that one case can be delayed waiting the investigations of another case.
Thank you, Colonel. And now moving on to the investigations. Now, you've already dealt with your investigations and the information you collected, and I don't want to revisit that. But the only question I have for you is that we find in the record that Colonel Dweba, who is the IO in this matter, was able to approach multiple persons who are alive, those being, for example, Herman du Plessis at that time, Eric Winter, who then passed, Adrian Flock, Craig Williamson, who is alive, and many others. My question is, were you able to, in your investigations, locate persons of interest and approach them for statements?
I was unable because even on my office, it was hard for me to proceed with this investigation. Moreover, because I was in Pretoria and most of this investigation, witnesses and whatever, you should get to the Eastern Cape for investigation. And it was very hard for me to get down to the Eastern Cape to do the investigation. And my last time getting there, I went there officially, but I was even stopped in order to get back to the office while I was on the way down in Aliwal North by my immediate commander at the time. And I couldn't understand the reason why I should turn back to the office, because I already made appointment with the state archives down in King Williamstown, and they were waiting for me. But to my surprise, my brigadier was ordering me to get back, and that if I can proceed to get down there, I will be defying his instructions. So 2017, 18, 19, the working condition in our office, it was very bad by that time. And then I was one of those people who were no longer needed at that office because of the political influence, whereby we were told that we are the old police officials who should move out of crimes against the state so that they can get the new blood to come and do the investigation in that office. So that was the situation. Everything, transport-wise, most of the time our itineraries were not even approved, because we have to discuss the matter with my commander to say, I would like to get to the Eastern Cape for a week to go and work on this matter. Then they would say, no. Then you will be given the new stuff and all the like. But really, it was just to prevent us. And then my commander by then was Brigadier Chaba, who was fighting for me on the phone while getting for that investigation. And after coming back from King Williamstown, I never had any chance of continuing with the investigation. And then they were just lying in my office until such time that they were handed over to the new appointed group to deal specifically with the TRC cases in the Eastern Cape.
Pardon me, Colonel Makua, I just want to clarify, you mentioned Brigadier Kaba. Was he the immediate commander who asked you to return back from the Eastern Cape?
He was my immediate commander. He's the one who called me to get back to the office. But I told him, but because I'm going to do the official work and I've been authorized from the office, by that time he was either on sick leave or on leave. And then it was a Sunday when we were on our way going down there. Then he ordered me to go back, and that if I cannot return back to the office, I must know that I'm defying his instructions. I didn't know the reason why.
Yes, I think you've answered the question.
Were you ever told the reason why?
He didn't tell me the reason why I should go back, and because I informed him, because no, Brigadier, the thing is I already made appointment and they are waiting me down there in King Williamstown, and I should have been there.
Perhaps I can rephrase the question. Once you came back, or later on, did you ever find out what the reason was for calling you back?
Oh, I was not told the main reason why. Attitude now towards me.
Before we close off, I want to just revisit what you mentioned about the need for new blood to come in and what you call the political influence. What are you referring to, and who is it that communicated that with you?
You know, by that time, our office was dealing with crime against the state, and some of such crimes, it was including cases whereby politicians are involved in. And by that time, there was a lot of cases investigated by our office, which were the cases including the factions within the ANC, about the faction of the former president and
just repeat the question,
the other.
Mr. Suleiman.
Sure, my lady. The question was, the colonel mentioned that there were political influences and that they told him that young blood or new blood is needed. And my question was, who mentioned to him that new blood needed to come in, and what political interference was he referring to?
Did you get the question, Kenneth?
That's correct. The political interference there, it was not exactly over the cases, but it was about making it hard for us to do the work. So, and then the work which we have to do, and Cradock 4 was one of the work I was supposed to do, but the political issues which was affecting our office by that time, and then I was one of the people who wanted to be removed out of the office to say that sometimes when we have given instruction to do certain investigation, we investigate and then we come back with preliminary investigations, which possibly when we discuss it with the NPA, they will tell that there is no case there, and then we close the matter. And you'll find that maybe it was a matter of that faction complaining against the other faction. So then it was said, no, people like us, we are not good for that office. Then everything started just being hard over us. And for that, for us to work under hard condition, and it influence the investigation of other cases by our office.
Colonel, to now go to the missing docket, the families approached Brigadier Lowe regarding the opening of a criminal docket, and one of the inquiries made was whether, or rather to approach yourself for a statement in relation to the missing docket. Were you ever approached to commit to a statement regarding your knowledge, if any, on the missing docket?
No, my lady, I was at no stage was I ever been approached for such.
Lady, those are my questions. Thank you very much, Colonel.
Mr. Any questions, Mr. Hienes? All right. No questions. Thank you, Mr. Skuman. Thank you very much, Colonel. Thank you for indulging us. You may be excused now.
Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Yes, Mr.
Remanded to roll over until tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be on Teams with Mr. Stemet. I'm not sure if the court is going to give us time or should we decide.
You let me know what time you'll be ready.
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, my lady.
Will that suit you, Mr. Hienes?
That's perfectly suitable, thank you, my lady. We've arranged for the witness to be ready by then, and necessary infrastructural arrangements are being made as we speak. Yeah. May I ask that the interpreter be present? It may not be necessary to make use of his eloquent services, but it might be necessary.
Okay, you've noted that, Mr. Wabani? Yes, it is on the consent. Thank you very much. And but just to remind me, you won't be gracing us with your presence tomorrow.
No, we will be with Mr. Stemet, with your permission. Thank you.
Right. Okay. At this stage, the proceedings will be adjourned for continuation tomorrow at 10 o'clock or as soon thereafter as we can be ready. And the court will adjourn.